Hello, I'm Chris from Airwindows, and we're doing another plugin coding day. Although, anybody who shows up this early, I could show you something amusing that is hiding behind that light. So you might not know what that is, although I suppose I could probably keep it on. It's a perfectly serviceable backlight. But that does serve a purpose. It's not just a random light. It also makes this noise. And that is because it is the tool that I'm using to make these things. So I've begun working on a variety of stomp boxes. Howdy, Chad. And I've got a bunch of the parts and things that I'll need, and I'm getting together sort of the physicality of these. So this is an idea for what I can do to pursue kind of like my Bastel Castle adventures that I did that live session where I recorded a bunch of things using that. This wouldn't be quite the same. It would be more along the lines of single box that you could patch into anything in order to make crazy Bastel electronic wackiness. And so this is a simple box where what I'm going to want to do is get a hold of a bunch of 100K potentiometers. And I'm thinking in terms of maybe what would be fun is to do it using guitar knobs and guitar pots, or at least 100K pots that could take knurled shafts. And because the thing is, like, the set screw knobs all seem to be the same. And the idea behind this particular box, the idea is this is not a guitar pedal so much as it's going to be a weird little jam box, and I can give it DC power. If you do this, then you can just get a power adapter from a third party, and you don't have to pass like UL ratings or anything, because the outboard power is separate. And then there's a single switchcraft jack for plugging it in. And my idea is, I at least am right-handed, so you can hold it and play with knobs on the surface of it. There's also kinds of knobs that you can get where you can build them onto a circuit board and then cut a neat hole in the surface of the box and like poke the shafts through, which could be interesting in its own right. I might be able to figure something to do about that. There are many interesting questions as to how to design something like that, because it's also all about how I would make a peculiar thing that might be fun to have. And this is sort of advanced mode. It's for when I've made enough of these that the price starts going up, because the price of each new box is like, 6% more than the previous one, which is Desert Bus pricing. And if I start at $100, they all stay very reasonable for a while, and then it starts going for the sky. And so when it starts getting more expensive, you could do something like this. I'd be starting, most likely, with one like this. And it might end up looking exactly like this. Although I'm going to want to come up with some kind of label for the lovely little brushed aluminum surface. I've put a finish on this one, whereas the other one did not. This is a brushed aluminum finish, and it has lacquer on it. And what I want and need is a simple transistor overdrive that I can put in front of my amplifier. Not even one to do extremely high amplitude. It doesn't have to be a super, like a ZVEX super hard-on, for instance. Doesn't have to have that much gain, although I do expect to be using trim pots for all the internal controls and sort of hand dialing in the tone for each one to suit my purposes, because these will all be for me to use, and then you'll be able to sell the one that I'm actively using, at which point I have to sell it and make another one in order for me to be able to use it. So naturally I'm trying to make them kind of pretty, but this is like very much the Airwindows generic plugin style, in that it's clean enough, it's a brushed aluminum finish, but it's featureless. This is a featureless box. It also doesn't have a switch. It's just a power input and 2 switchcraft jacks. Technically, one of these jacks is a stereo jack, but that doesn't actually make sense for this, because I don't expect there's going to be room for a 9-volt battery inside a box this small. So it's all kind of up in the air. But there's enough room for a 9-volt battery in this, which I have not really I think there's accidental scraping causing it to have a bit of a brushed aluminum finish there. But this is same thing. I'll probably end up moving the position of the jacks very slightly, although this does in fact work. And this does have a very decent little switch. This is sort of the classic stomp box switch that people use these days. It's a double pole, triple pole double throw switch that you can get from various electronic wholesalers. And it's solid and it's sturdy. These boxes are Hammond boxes, which is what basically everybody uses that makes stomp box. Unless you're doing something really fancy like Klon, everybody uses these. And it's got the same switchcraft jacks. And this one does have enough room in it for a battery, plus these jacks do actually make it possible to wire up battery power if you'd want it as a switchable thing. So I can bear that in mind. But this could be an alternate take. Firstly, for being able to step on it and kick in a gain boost, which I could see people caring about that. And I can do a nice little true bypass, because it's the triple pole double throw switch lets you truly do a true bypass and in fact light up an LED if you want. Or I could do a true bypass and then maybe the output of it is 2 separate poles of the switch in parallel, just for additional mojo or whatever you'd want to call it. So this is I've been working in the last couple of days on making a bunch of these boxes that I've got work with switches and power jacks and things. And this is partly due to the fact that I got a nice little step drill bit back when I was able to buy things and stuff. Right now I get to run with a bunch of these things that I have actually had for a while, including interesting details like I have, for instance, I could take something as simple as this. That's just an input and an output jack and a power supply. The power supply isn't even very spectacular, but the thing about that is that you do actually need it to be plastic, because Boss Stomp Box power is tip negative and barrel positive. So if you had a metal power supply thing, what you would be doing is powering the positive 9 volts through the ground of your guitar and everything, and you can't do that. So we got to do these power supply things this way. But one of the things that I did back when I was able to invest in going into business for these without actually having done it, I lined up the power supply chip used in Klon Centaurs. There's a specific power supply that he's using, which is able to neatly double the voltage coming in. So you have a 9 volt, but it's a neat little voltage doubler. It'll give you 18 volts instead. Now, not every circuit is going to use 18 volts. In fact, not every circuit can use 18 volts. but it's one way of getting a little more out of electronics. And I'm expecting to use a transistor that might benefit from supplying a better power supply. Plus, who's to say whether the magic of the Clown Centaur is partly because it's this nifty design with its op amps and its dry-wet control and all that other stuff that it's got. That's all cool and very good. But it's also using a special power supply, and nobody seems to be paying that much attention to the fact that, like, oh yeah, the power which drives all of this is coming from a special source. So that makes me curious, and I'm interested in trying it. I already know to do like oversized capacitance for power supplies, and there's a lot of stuff that I can try. I've got a supply of, because back in the day I was able to buy like overstock and surplus capacitors and things. So I got a bunch of random stuff around for experimenting with stomp boxes, and that's something I've always done. So it becomes a question of how to go about doing it. And what I was doing, which honestly I'm feeling fine now, but I had a pretty sore back this morning from doing this since 4 in the morning, is basically this. This is my drill press. Although the light is somewhat excessively bright, so I got to turn that off in order for you to be able to see any of it. So here's how this works. I've got this vise here and some big old bolts which are holding the vise onto the drill press. And this is important because this drill press is a big powerful motor and a pulley reduction. So this could throw a box around and hurt me with it. And this is the same material that's in my wood stove fireplace gloves. It's basically welder's gloves. So it's a little section of red leather. I set this inside here, and I put the box in there and do a couple of tightens to turn it on. Fire that up. And then pull the lever. And this drill bit is a stepped drill bit, and I heard about those from a YouTube video from Adam Savage. And he's right about them. They're awesome. So basically what I have to do is start drilling the little hole with the drill bit and listen for sort of the scrunches as it starts taking away big chunks of aluminum out of it. And it's like zhunk, 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 and then that's the last one. And that's the number of slots that I need for one of the jacks. Whereas 12 is the number for this, and also for the switch. Switches are noisy little things. And yeah, again, part of my dream here is to build circuits. Back in the day, I was going to be building circuits using perf board and not even doing circuit boards. Instead, perf board holds things in place and then point-to-point wiring wires stuff up. And if I did that with the right kind of chips, I could run the same chips that are in Bastel Castles. And indeed, I could program them to be the same programs as Bastel Castle chips. They're just AT-Tinies. Those are available like in bulk for a buck a pop, just about. So you can get large numbers of AT-Tinies. You can program them into these weird little synthesizers. Bastel Castles have almost nothing to them but the chips and some power supply and stuff. And all of the controls are just 100 possibly 100 kilohertz potentiometers going to certain pins on the chips. And then there's a bunch of pin jacks like you'd use for plugging in integrated circuits and things. And that's what makes them work. And the dream here is to be able to build little boxes like this, where you just power it up and you'd have sort of pre-wired one of the things that I do for the Bastel Castel jams to do like some of those rhythm jams that you can do, and then dial them in and have them synchronizing each other in interesting ways. Because my whole jam with the Bastels is largely having like a distinct timer out of their LFO, and then their noise generator, it can be used to produce neat, very gritty techno grooves and things. And it's possible I'll be able to come up with actual new code for those. If I did, I'd give them the code that I came up with. But until I am, it'll be more a question of using the Bastel sounds, but then essentially rather than assembling them on a printed circuit board or using the surface mount components or whatever, which is what they do. Early on, I built some Bastel Castles with through-hole components, but now they basically just have the printed circuit versions with the SMD. And wouldn't it be neat to do those using like Seat Lombard style assembly, where it's essentially point-to-point wiring? Seat Lombard isn't really point-to-point wiring, but Seat Lombard uses extremely heavy circuit traces laid out in very interesting ways, and it's closer to point-to-point wiring than anybody else I've ever seen, apart from maybe Analog Man, for making printed circuit boards. And the Seat Lombard printed circuit boards are amazing. And yeah, this is the kind of stuff I'm interested in. I'm interested in putting together that stuff and doing a lot of point-to-point wiring. Some of the things that I kind of need to do for doing that with, I kind of need to come up with some way of running a bunch of long extended hoses up to where my ceiling fan is, or otherwise. The thing about the ceiling fan is that it's an exhaust fan, especially during the summer. I'm using that actively, and that's what that does. But failing that, some form of getting an exhaust fan to exhaust air from where I am to outdoors. Because I need to do that before getting into any serious extended soldering thing. I am too old to be huffing soldering fumes. It would do me no good whatsoever. I feel the effects even when I have to do something like paint my bathroom. And that's just like indoor latex house paint and still, or enamel or whatever. And yeah, I am indeed thinking in terms of like Peter B. style 80 tiny synths. I just am not quite sure. I've done some programming for small circuit boards. In particular, I learned how to do interesting stuff for Teensy 3.5, I believe it is. And they don't make those anymore. That's what made like my, you can't see it because it's behind the drill press. I have to put the drill press away before I do anything else. But I was doing stuff with my radio musics / chord organs. Those are Eurorack modules that you cannot get anymore unless you bought them used or something, because they are based on a version of Teensy that is no longer manufactured and does not exist. And the new Teensy, new Teensy doesn't have the 12-bit analog output. That's the thing. Old Teensy had a 12-bit analog output that you could program the sample rate of. So what I have been doing in all of my modular synth jamming, and that's all the basses and all the chords and all of the lead lines that you hear for the most part. I never really use normal oscillators. Everything that you heard in Welcome to Free Luna, for instance, that isn't a synthesizer guitar or a guitar lead or Fender Rhodes, is entirely chord organs. I got about 6 of them, and sometimes they are set to be radio musics, and so they're playing samples, and they're playing samples that are dithered 12-bit. I did the dithering for them and figured out what it needed in order to do that. Or they're reflashed to be chord organs, and at that point they are waveform generators based on the old Teensy. And they're 12-bit output, but they're running at from 300 kilohertz to a megahertz sample rate, because you can do that. I don't think if there's one that is intentionally got audio outputs that you'd be able to do that. With the 12-bit output, or indeed if you were to simply use like the AT-Tiny doesn't even really have a proper output at all. I'm not sure whether it's able to do even like 8-bit or what it thinks it's doing. I'm going to be very interested to look it up and find out. But AT-Tiny, you can modulate one of the digital outputs to whatever you want. So you could have it send a 1-bit signal at a megahertz, say. And if you use that as a square wave, then you have a square wave that is not going to have any problems with aliasing, and you can do what you like with it. So using these weird little circuit boards, these weird little drivers for things, is quite neat in its own right. And I'm quite looking forward to doing it. But again, I need to go and get some, not necessarily it doesn't have to be all that intense. I think I could probably do with something as thin as a vacuum cleaner hose. If I sealed it up right, I need to run it to where the exhaust fan to the attic goes, because that becomes a house-sized vacuum cleaner then. And then run a tube down into my space and over here to where I sit, so that I can do soldering and stuff on these live streams and hang out talking to people while doing it, because I could end up doing a lot of it if it goes over well. Especially if I decide that the stomp box is like... So say we've got these, okay? And then also this. So if I decide that we're selling all of these using the technique I came up, which was desert box pricing, I could say the first one that I sell is $100. We'll start with that. And then the next one is basically will be $106, because each successive one is 6.18% larger, because golden ratio. I believe Desert Bus's system, every successive hour is 9% more than the last, and that's how they do like a week-long stream to raise money for Child's Play and raise millions of dollars, is that people are just buying one more hour and the price keeps going up. The reason this is happening the way it is because I have no intention of going into a serious manufacturing or going and getting a factory to make stuff like this for myself. Although I can make stuff, the card thing, that's something I would get printed. Although the idea of like silk screening the cards by hand personally would be pretty amusing, but also deeply, deeply impractical. But yeah, the idea with the box, these are enclosures where I will build boxes, stomp boxes out of these eventually. I'm working on circuit designs, and I've done that all my life, so it's just getting back to something I've always done. But I'm making the boxes, and I'm making them be nice. Here, let's go back to... So this is like a Airwindows style featureless box, but the idea here is, what if I used my usual techniques for doing unusual, weird things with circuit design? I'm probably in the same range as Peter Blasser and Ciet Lombard as far as my ideas for doing interesting things with literal analog circuits. It's not like I've never done that before, and I've got a bag of tricks that I could pull out. And I need a small transistor-based buffer unit for going into my tube amplifier, which you see behind you. It's the sort of brown colored thing. That's wafer board with some sort of varnish on it, I believe. Yeah. And that's nothing but a Epiphone Valve Junior with a Celestine greenback, a low wattage Celestine greenback in there, and a grill cloth, because if you don't have the grill cloth there, it's painfully bright. And the reason I need a buffer transistor is because my humbucker guitars all have a circuit called the Gibson Veritone circuit in them. And if you put the Veritone circuit in your guitar and go into a transistor amplifier, and then you wire the drain ground for the Veritone circuit through the tone pot, you get to dial in a mid-range cut. And this does wonderful things as far as making the guitar really dynamic, articulate, sounds great. If you're going into a tube input stage, all it does is suck the tone. I don't know why it's so different. I just know that it is. I just know that if I go into any transistor amp, even if it's a tiny battery, one of those little Marshall dailies that you wear in your belt, then the circuit thing works perfectly. But then if you run into a real tube amplifier, which for instance you could run a Strat for instance into, and it sounds wonderful, all of a sudden the sound of the Veritone circuit is completely horrible and useless. And so people don't typically like the Gibson Veritone, even though you can get them third party these days. There's a D-Liesel Pentatone. I've got like 3 of them from that company. And all it is a inductor capacitor thing with a little switch where you get to choose the capacitor, and the inductor is the same each time. And that's all you need for running a guitar into it and having that particular mid-range suck. The interesting thing is that that's exactly the same technology that's in the classic Mesa Boogie giant heavy metal amplifier with the EQ on it. The Mesa Boogie EQ is a set of mid-range cuts, effectively. I'm not even sure exactly why it's worked out that way. I'm sure it's not flat. Doing a bunch of parallel mid-range cuts like that, no, that's a weird thing to do. But all the same, that's what that is. It might have a low frequency cut, but all that is a mid-range dip with an inductor capacitor pair. And in order to get the kinds of sounds that I want, I'm going to need to make that transistor thing, and so that's what this is for. And then this is because I could envision people wanting to have that but have a switch so that they could step on the switch and have a gain boost. I don't know whether I have a concept for having potentiometers and knobs and things. I kind of like the idea of, this is a Airwindows stomp box, so there are no controls, or you have to take it apart and then there's trim pots and everything's trim pots. And so you can trust the way I've got it set, or you could start fooling around and doing whatever you wanted with it, which is also very Airwindows. And that's what these things are. So yeah, I am a little tired already because I have been working on the drill press all day. I've got a bunch of these boxes built up, and I've got a bunch of the parts that I need. Perhaps not as many as I could, but again, the idea is starting to make these. And what I was talking kind of around was desert box pricing. And I've got my heart set on that because it's my concept for being able to go between building things for like my fans who don't necessarily have money but might hear about these kinds of things early versus boutique hand-built, like a hand, let's see, can this be in focus, please? What do we got to do to make this be in focus? Brushed aluminum cases where the case is also hand-built and all of the internal wiring is point-to-point wiring using a special kind of wire, which it's actually capillary tubing. So it's wire with a hole through the middle of it. You wouldn't believe you could get such a thing, but you can. And just getting all really creative with all of that kind of stuff and then selling it at boutique prices, which isn't going to happen if people aren't already excited about it. So it's like that's where the desert box pricing idea comes from. And so if I can get set to doing this sort of thing more at scale, which is going to have to involve the exhaust fan for the soldering, because I cannot do soldering without the exhaust fan, not at scale. It'd be really bad for me, and I can't be doing that. It takes a bunch of time too, but I can do it on live streams and things. And the idea of that is start at something very affordable and then keep stepping upwards with each successive version. So by the time you make like 70 of such a thing, starting at 100, it's unreasonably expensive. But if I've made 70 of those, that means people desperately want them. And so it becomes like, oh, okay, well, first of all, you could learn to make stomp boxes yourself. I'll tell you some of the things that I'm doing. But if I have that special touch, then the next one is $750 or whatever, because the last one was $742 or whatever. And it'll just keep going in that direction to the point where I think I've decided, like, part of the Airwindows style desert box pricing concept, everything goes upwards by 6.18, et cetera, percent. So each new one is more expensive than the previous. And at any point, if people don't like that, they can stop buying them, and I'll continue using the one that I'm left with. It's going to be fine. But if I do actually manage to continue selling them, rather than it getting ridiculous like it got with like Klon Centaurs, I can have a hard out. I can stop at like number 70, for instance, at which point I think number 70 was like each successive, the number 70 was $618 or something. I forget. But I'd worked it out how as you kept going, it would get to some, or maybe it was even beyond that. Like maybe by number 70, it got to $6,180. At which point it'd be like, okay, we're done. That's the golden ratio right there. We got from 100 to this. There will be no more. Enjoy. Have fun. At which point, people who bought the original ones would be basically able to resell them. And, and nobody else would be able to have them. And yeah, the other idea is, do I have each successive one counting towards the same thing? Like, so one without any controls, without any foot pedal. One with the foot stomp. I've got these foot stomps. We can use foot stomps. If I sell this one, is this one then $106? Or since this is different, is this $100 and this is $100? And whichever one sells more, it starts to become more. At which point maybe these would be the only ones people would like because they'd want the Switch. And then these would stay more affordable until people bought more of them. And of course, this is assuming people ever buy any of these. Oh, also there was another thing I wanted to do, which was make it so that if you sat them on a flat surface, you'd be able to use a straight connector to run two of them into each other. But that's all part of what goes into coming up with these things. And I do need to make them because I've invested in all of the parts for making them, and it's time. So I'm pretty happy that I'm running the drill press and doing all of that. That said, we do have other things to do, such as plugins. God, excuse me. So, where are we at? I do have some amusing things, such as new versions of this to do. This is my total list at the moment. I'm going to want to do like VST versions that can also accelerate the release of these. There's enough of those to go for a year. I'm going to have to decide which of them I want sooner and which of them I don't have to care about. I'm going to need to do VST for AD Clip 9. That's basically ready to go now, so we can run with that. I can do Susan. Susan is the filter that I had made, and we can do that. Bezier Q3 is also ready. I'm not at all sure. Oh, and K-Rockstar. That should be fun. It's the new form of reverb. But I don't know whether Dynamics 3 is ready. So I was thinking I'm going to fool with that a little bit. And if we can get that into satisfactory shape, I can maybe jump in and do the mono version. How much have I done with this? So this is going to be an older version of it. In fact, this is probably Dynamics 2 mono, just copied over. So lots of this are different, but all the same, that's pretty legit. Shouldn't be too hard to bring that in. But then I get to build it into Console X3, because the last thing I did on last stream was get Console X3 up and running in order to demonstrate how much better it is when you put the compressor in front of the tape pack section I've got in there, the overdrive section I've got in there. Technically, I could do all kinds of interesting things regarding where the gain shift goes. I've got the gain shift thing in there. There's a lot of useful things that I could do, and I'm particularly excited about the idea of applying Bezier Q3 here, but having a special control which will specify where each of the three stages goes. Because again, I've got an idea for a 5-position switch there. And position 1 would be all of the EQ stages before the compressor and then the overdrive. And 2 would be 2 stages before and 1 after all that processing. And 3 would be, or I mean, technically you could have even more. You could, because there's 3 places to put EQ stages. You can put them in front of everything. You can put them in between the compressor and the distortion, and you can put them after the distortion. And that's probably as much alteration I need to have. And I don't know if I'm going to need to have additional like gain stuff going on, or whether it would be sensible to put. And since I'm fooling with Dynamics 3 today, I can probably figure out whether I can put additional gain boost in front of it and get useful results. Phil? No. Channel came from a rather special place that I've not repeated. I've not done what I did with Channel 9 or any version of Channel. And that came from long ago. Forget about me now? That's a fair question. Because basically what I'd be doing there is, do you have the compressor first or do you have the distortion first? Now, I chose to have the distortion first for console X2, which I now feel is a mistake, so I'm reversing it. But if you had the distortion first, that would act more like you went to tape, and then you're compressing in the mix. And that would be why to have a button in order to change where the compressor is. Because the only relevant thing there is like which of those two things are up front. It's a legit possibility. That is a legit suggestion. As far as the EQ stages, that's much more interesting to me, because the EQ stages get to be all in front, or perhaps two in front, one in between, or maybe two in front, one at the end, or one in each position, in other words, in front, in the middle, and at the end, or one in front and two at the end, or one in the middle and two at the end, or all three at the end. So that actually turns into a 7 position switch, which is reasonable. I mean, I didn't quite finish the question to Phil. What I did for channel 9 was essentially there were impulse responses of specific named gear at different amplitudes, because somebody wanted to make what ended up being Nebula Acoustical Audio started out doing a thing called Nebula, where they were modeling different circuitry with impulse responses, but impulse responses at all different amplitudes. And somebody did a bunch of audio tracks and developed a bunch of impulse responses specifically for the purpose of wanting people to do that. And what I did instead was I measured how much low frequency roll-off and how much slew restriction was on each of them for the examples I had, which I believe were Neve, API, and SSL. That's what it started with. And I measured how much of the slew restriction was there, and then did a simple slew clipper. And it applies as much slew clipping as you get out of that circuitry. And I did a simple high pass with one stage of IIR filter. And I worked out how much of the high passing, how much band passing was in those impulse responses, and what that gave you. Because if you ran stuff like DC current through those impulse responses, it didn't come out as DC current, it rolled off. And I dialed those up to get the values that I got, and then applied them to what is simply an IIR filter for high passing, and a slew clip, and then a distortion stage. And that's what channel is. Channel is not like a circuitry model. Channel is applying a digital process that's way cleaner than modeling a circuit and has less processing, less operations, but is applying it in a calibrated amount. And that's what channel is. So yeah, basically I looked up the values that I needed using reference from actual devices and tried to match them to the best that I could. I did not have hardware units, although, well, I have API preamplifiers. So I do have those, but I don't have any Neve, I don't have any SSL, other than the plugin SSL Exism. I've talked about that before. I can show you what that is. So SSL Exism is this thing. It is simply a meter, and there's a digital and then an analog clip, and then there's a bit meter. And that bit meter is showing me 24 bits and what's active. Its frame rate isn't very good. And then if we put it to this bit at the end, You see that we're not actually distorting because it's just going up to 0.24. And if you did distort, you would see either the digital or analog or both clips. And if you ran a bunch of extremely bright digital clipping into it, you'd be getting lots of analog clips because that is measuring intersample peaking. So that's what I'm using for that. And that's the only SSL I've got. They don't even make that anymore, to the best of my knowledge. I think that's a forgotten plugin. So yeah, let's jump back into this and see whether we can get anything happening. We'll go as hard as I can for as long as I can and see what we can get done today. And again, I would have spent more time on the coding in the live stream, but I was working the drill press all morning, literally. So yeah, having stopped, my back isn't hurting quite as much, though. All of that like repetitive operating the machine catches up with you. Do that too many hours in a row and you go, ow. So here's what we've got today. I'm doing my usual funniness with this ceiling business. I'm using the golden ratio. Probably should add more digits to it, but that's my power multiplier, and that's also the amount of extra gain I add. There is some updates with regard to the Bez Res. We have this trim thing that's in here. Now that's going to matter, and there's other stuff I need to use it on as well. In particular, I'm wondering, one thing that I might benefit from doing today is going and re-looking at X2 Bus. X2 Bus never came out. It's the exact bus in Console X2 that would have been released as a standalone bus compressor, and I never put it out. It has not gotten around to coming out, which means I can look and see whether there are things that I'm doing with Dynamics 3 that would improve it. And if so, I could bring that into Console X3 if I don't decide to just use the dynamic. I'm not sure whether this dynamics processing is enough better that I should just use it on the bus too. It's not impossible that I'm just better off using this, because I have managed to get it a lot better than I had it. That's the whole reason why I'm doing Console X3, is that all of these things, I feel I have a big jump in performance, and so I can just run with the new version and go, okay, this is my new favorite. And the old versions still remain available, of course. But it's kind of funny going and doing this after not having gone into the studio and recorded any new songs with Console X2, after having gone to all the trouble of making it in Console H. But that was always about putting out Console H with its radical abilities to reshape the tone. And that's less to do with like dialing in various behaviors so that you can get the guitar sounds just right or whatever. It's more radical reinvention. Which is not to say that that's what people will end up with. It could end up being just nobody got into it and it just sits there being available for people who want it. I don't know. But let's have a quick look at what that bus compressor was. Because the thing is, if I update this, it's fairly straightforward updating everything because it already has a VST version built. In fact, it's already built for Windows and Linux and everything. It's simply not been put out yet. It's sitting there in the waiting to be released stack. See, wasn't it X2 Bus? Sure was. So this is what this process ends up looking like. Oops. I had hoped I'd be able to see where these things were. There we are. So X2 bus apparently also has the full frequency set up. I could leave that because after the console X's filtering is not wrong. This is an acceptable answer for doing a particular kind of processing. It's effectively, this is mastering grade filtering. It's executed using biquad filters. It's perfectly clean and nice. It's implementing the filtering exactly the way it's done in Console X2. Console X2's filtering is not broken. I'm just doing something wilder with Console X3 and using the Bezier filters, plus being able to put them in various places in the circuit, specifically for the purpose of getting a wilder, more visceral resonant sound out of things. And I think what I'm doing with that, again, I did my experiments on my music. I did my experiments on, and when I say my music, I mean literally not my music. I did my experiments on fiddling with the tone quality of things like The Immigrant Song, things like Cross-Eyed Mary off of Jethro Tull's Aqualung, test audio from vinyl records that I'm intimately familiar with, to see whether I could bring it into places where it did things tonally that didn't hurt the tone of the album. And I feel like my ability to do that, although the Bezier Q3 filtering is crazier and more uncontrollable and weirder and wrong, the way I'm assembling it is lossless. So if you set it flat, it's perfect. That's also the case with this stuff. But this stuff is doing very neatly implemented shelving filters where it does exactly what you expect. And when we start fooling with it, I'll show you. It's doing those very neatly designed shelving filters. And so you'd be able to bring up like a mid-range shelf, and moving it to side makes it sort of the top of the shelf tilts because the resonances of the various cutoffs alter as they go. And all in all, it's literally Smoothie Q2 that you're looking at here. I have no fixes for Smoothie Q2 other than if I wanted to just revisit it to implement it as the new version of the state variable filters. Now, there might be something worth doing there. But essentially, what I'm looking at EQ-wise in here, there's nothing wrong with it. It's completely fine. But it's the compressor that I'm wondering about. So let's scroll right the heck down. And I've got an output gain on there. And then we've got both the filtering, which is also represented here. This one has a fast and a slow filter. And a variety of other little things like NL and un-NL and SAMP and so on. Whereas I called it control in the new version of Dynamics because that's a better description. We're sending a bridge rectified signal into there, so all the signals are positive. And rather than max F, we've now got a min as well, which I believe is getting used in the new version. I get tired after so much of this. Here we are instantiating everything. And then we zoom right in. X2 bus also does contain the same saturation that exists in the bus of console X2, which is a fair question as to whether that's necessarily a good thing. Maybe it's not. Maybe I'm going to want to do more or do something different, change it in some way. But yeah, this is what the filter code looks like in SmoothieQ 2 and console X2. See, it's biquad filters. But then here's where things get a little more interesting. The threshold and the resonances are acting very, very different. And the res also, oh no, that's actually just clamping it to something. So it can't be below a certain amount or above a certain amount. And then this is just the trim value. And what on earth? Okay, well I'm not quite sure why I ended up putting this out, because this also includes the bus output stage. This is effectively a functional console X bus. This is the console X bus stage. That doesn't belong there. Fancy that. And then here's our filter. Similarly to BezEQ, this has 3 stages. Does it have 3 stages? 1, 2, 3. Yes, it does. No, it has 4. The BezEQ one has 3 stages. This has 4 stages. So that would make it even more complicated if you were going to put the filters in different places in the circuit. But we're not, so that part's presumably just fine. And we've got a right channel for it as well. But then we've got all of this. And what this is a Bezi comp. But if I'm not mistaken, this is the early version of Bezi comp, which is not making corrections for cleaning up its behavior with the slight irregularity when it's cycling and is repeating a sample. If you remember what I've been doing with the EQs and reverbs and things with Bezi comp this whole time, is working out that my current processing and how it works is producing a or rather what I'm currently doing is fine, but what I was previously doing and what you see here in X2 bus, complete with its weird little inclusion, is there's a reason why this hasn't come out yet. It's clearly not done. I don't know why I'm sitting there looking at a VST version of it or anything. I'd been doing a version of it where, say, if your cycle length was like 5, it would go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in producing its filtering. But 5 and 1 were the same value. So that's the same as going 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's an irregularity. That produces an artifact that became increasingly obvious with filter versions of it. Compressor versions of it, maybe not as much. And yet, there's still something of a concern. So what do we technically have with these? I should be able to run both of these and show you what they're doing on a piece of audio like this one. And if I load up Dynamics 3, we can hear what that does. No compression. This is BESIComp. And we've got it set up so we can bring floor up as well. Release does in fact do something, so we got that going for us. Attack most definitely does something. Also, an interesting side note is that bus compressor duties, we almost certainly don't have a crazy fast attack. Instead, typically for a bus comp, what you're doing is having only just a little bit of it in there. So rather than squishing things like this, you're letting it have much less impact. And then it'll still have a little bit of an effect. Out of curiosity, what does this look like if they mirror? So what you're shooting for with this kind of thing is to have the low end and the body of things kind of loosened up. So it gets a kind of swing and activity in it. But it's not supposed to be very obvious. It's not typically run at a very high ratio. So the thing I'm looking at here is, will I benefit from having floor mirror ceiling? Maybe that's something that would actually help me. And I don't know what the answer to that is yet. We're playing with it, that's for sure. See what I mean by mirror? As I keep scrunching the ceiling down, I can bring floor up. My question is, what's this actually doing, besides giving me excessively boosted output? We got total dynamic inversion. We're riding a slower attack now. Okay, so we can have floor mirror ceiling and produce like relatively sane results, maybe? Seems like this is not too crazy. Doing a really slow release does seem to be working. So quick switch away from this, it'll remember where I was at. By contrast, this is what X2 bus was doing. And I may or may not be able to hear this clearly. Oh, and let's return that to 0. So that's what the compression on console X2 was doing on the bus. You were meant to never push it that hard, but to try to find a zone where it was doing a bus compression and it made some kind of sense. That said, I feel like I can do better than this. Granted, yeah, you can make it so it's useless. But the idea was having it not hit nearly as hard would have some kind of positive effect. Oop. You back. And we do have the entire output chain, so we can go into the pure saturation if we want. In fact, it seems to be gain stage down. Yeah, so this is the built-in compression, and my concern is that maybe, although this is like a compression, it might not be what people are actually looking for that way. Because again, you push it harder, it just kind of gets more intense and responds quicker, up to when it's going too hard and responding too quick. And then we can use that to boost into it. See, there is compression. Or maybe we don't use as much compression, but it's still there. And you turn the compression ceiling, the threshold, down too much, and it just simply becomes unpleasant. So I should be able to do better than this, while still keeping those EQ changes. Yeah, so now we've got a reimagined one where it's pushing into the compression quite hard. And that's pushing on the compression as hard as I can for this version. So this is not terrible. It's just a little sketchy. And it's not taking advantage of some of the things that I could be taking advantage of here. Notably, I don't see why I couldn't split up this processing to apply some of it after the compression. I don't see why I couldn't do a little bit of that. In fact, we could even divvy the whole thing up in some interesting ways. But yeah, so this is what I'm looking to replace. I'm looking to revisit X2 Bus, seeing as it's sitting there waiting for me to release it. I've already built all of the extra versions of it, and yet it's clearly miles from actually being releasable quality. And so I did not. And that's good. Thank goodness. but that just added even more to my workload and things that I need to do. So I guess first thing to do is what I've already done, which is get rid of the bus deprocessing stuff. But the next thing that I can do is bring this in just as it is, because we've got all of this complicated mess that is simply replaced by that. And this is double x equals bezcomp bezcycle times beztrim. That's what I was talking about regarding needing to make it so that it wasn't counting the same processing sample twice. Because what you were hearing, although it didn't necessarily sound as if it was making the Bezier cursed digital whine, some of that was still there. And again, I'm wondering real hard whether I need to work out what to do here with the ceiling. I'm wondering real hard whether it's worth because here's where I'm getting stuck. And it's fine to get stuck, because the reason I'm getting stuck is nobody has done this particular thing before, so I have to do it. That is all to the good. It's important. But I'm still getting stuck because I have to wrap my head around how does this even work? And we'll throw Wayland Kittens on again. So the whole idea of the floor was I wanted to do upward compression, and I don't believe this is successfully doing that, which makes me sad, but I mean, what are you going to do? Like, it's not, so it's not, whatever. But we do get to do downward compression. And we can do downward compression with a really fast attack and a really slow release. I have an analog compressor that acts like this a little bit too in some of its settings. Heritage Audio Successor. You can make it act like this. It's a diode bridge compressor, and apparently you can set it up so it's a little sensitive. It doesn't really like having super fast attacks. Slow attacks, on the other hand, there's a definite range in there where it's letting some of these attacks through. Fooling with release seems to be acting a little bit like just adding extra gain. It's overriding. Release is overriding, which I'm not sure I like. And I'm still trying to wrap my head around what floor does here. Because this is not a normal algorithm, so I don't know what it's doing. I'm exploring what it's doing to the sound, having coded it and trying to make it do certain things, which it isn't necessarily going to do. Although I feel like it's compensating for release speed somehow. And that might be good. Like, see the outputs? We can get those to spike real high. Oh no, I stand corrected. It's not correcting for that at all, is it? It's only making it worse. Release speed is really kicking my butt here. So that needs fixing. If they're set to the same thing, it won't do that anymore. But that's not what we're trying to do, is it? I'm trying to make it so it swings down more slowly but bounces back more quickly, but without doing this. Because that's just distorting everything to crud, which I don't appreciate. So tell you what, I run out of viewers, and my coffee cup needs rinsing out. What I'm going to do is put on a little background music in the way that I do. Let's open up Stream Audio. And I kept talking about wanting to make this into a little box where you could have a batch of essentially Bastel Castles and make weird techno jams with them. So let's open up a weird techno jam. And I will be right back. I'm going to make this so I can hear what it's doing. But not that way. Okay, this might be messy, but whatever. I will be back after I have visited the restroom and rinsed out my cup. I want to make a box like this that can do that stuff. Office Dynamics 3. The state it's in is not satisfying to me, and I wouldn't mind bringing it into the X2 bus, which clearly needs a bunch of revision. If I can make that a lot better, then yeah, a lot of things can become better. So I'm making a cup of tea. Be right back. Alrighty. So now I've got my tea and we're ready to switch back over to the programming stuff and away from just hanging out with Bastel Castro noises. Though it gave me a little bit of a breathing space. Kind of hot. And that'll do for that. Okay. So now we're staring at a world of hurt, or at least a world of something. We've got Dynamics 3 here, which is the thing I'm working on, where BezEQ3 is ready, but this is not. I can apply Bez floor and Bez ceiling. Ceiling does correct its behavior somewhat. Ceiling is doing gain staging. Ceiling is also providing a hard clip, which may or may not be relevant. I think that's just to stop it from going crazy. I clearly don't have it stopping it from going crazy, though. See, if ceiling is larger than 1, then we're not doing the correcting. It's a nice, tidy little algorithm. It's just that it's not doing anything useful. Or rather, that's putting things strongly. It's doing useful things, but it's super uncontrollable. So I have a variety of questions, really. We've also got BezRes and SlowRes being separate things. So BezMin that governs the speed of the Bezier compressor. Control, that's the values we're incurring. And aha, see, if we take this line out, then it no longer could I be clamping that somehow? There's a bunch of weirdness in here. So Bez Max, See, what I'm trying to do clearly is upward compression. So we're trying to make it so that it is I feel like at no point am I setting Bez Max to 0. And that can't be right. And then setting it to Bez Max at the end of the cycle, but then also subtracting Bez Max seems like that can't possibly be right. It's doing things. I'll grant you it's doing things. And I don't know where Bez floor comes in at all. Like, where is this even used? Not there. Oh, here. Ah. So we can force comp to be flat. It can go between 1 and comp can go as low as 0. I don't feel like comp minus Bez floor makes any sense. In fact, a bunch of the things I'm doing I'd like to just dial right back. I have no confidence in this anymore. I have no confidence in this anymore. I don't see how they could possibly help. And if we're not doing anything with Max, we can get rid of that too. And now if we do that, well, that's not getting used. Slow res technically is getting used. So this is, in fact, letting us apply a gain. Let's see what it did. And I'm thinking so much in terms of bringing a bus comp into things that I'm no longer even thinking in terms of what this normally does. So we can make the release become very slow. At which point it can barely function. Although I can't say as I'm that thrilled with the way that it is. It's tending to squish too far. Floor will no longer do anything. So this is what we were trying to get away from. And again, if ceiling is far down, we're guaranteed to have a really aggressive attack. And part of the reason for this, I believe, is that it's not able to, it's a feed forward rather than a feedback compressor. That might be relevant here. The fact that this is a feed forward compressor. What that means is it is applying the gain that is part of the Bezier compressor. And comp is there doing its thing. but we're not applying comp going in. In fact, we're only generating comp on the way out. But BESMIN and BESMAX are continuing. They're not being defined just each time through. Oh, there was something else that I've been talking with other folks in the biz. Did you know that you could do this twice? If I wanted to, I could take these buffers and iterate through that separately. As long as I put it back. So if we did something kind of like that, not really, but kind of like that, I'd be able and put end sample frames back to what it was when it started. Much like this. We could iterate through this buffer twice. I don't see why it wouldn't work. I'm not going to do that right now. But you realize that is just the latency buffer. What that means is a way of doing a weird twisted look ahead. I could get values for what's the hottest sample in the buffer before processing the buffer. I don't have to do it simply as if it was real time. We can go right through it again. I can run through it once, get its information, run through it again, and do stuff with that information. That could have results later. Right now, though, I am wondering what I can do with this BESMAX. We've got it at 1. But it's persistent, so it needn't be at 1. Divided by Bez ceiling is how we're doing for our pre-gain. We're gain staging everything up and down in order to compress it. So that's legit. Nothing wrong with that. Look, we can even do this. Technically, we don't even need to do any more than that because we're only applying that once, so we could simply use BESMAX for that. There's a little bit of fussing with it, but still it would basically kind of work. BESMAX stops being the right word for it though, but that's fine. This would be comping it twice. Or in other words, just steal this from here and put it in here. But like this. So we're using it from the previous sample and then using it again. And this can all be smoothed in neatly. Oh, hi, that's weird. What's going on here? something else is going on here. Okay, we're applying it again. Let's see what we've got first of all. A bunch of this extra complication feels like it's not actually made of Win. Let's see what we got. Making that just that one change. Well, so did I remember? Yes, I did. To apply it the way I thought I was applying it. Okay. So this is now a feedback and a feed-forward compressor at the same time. What does that do? Weird things, but they're kind of neat, so okay. See, ceiling is very low. It's still letting some through though. Okay, we got something. Something started happening. That's kind of neat. So ceiling is gain staging everything up and down. Technically, we could gain stage everything up and down with ceiling here as well. See, we're dividing, and then we can simply multiply, and that will potentially produce not an appropriate result at all. But who cares? Let's see what it does. And then we have a hard clamp here. Ceiling is supposed to be giving us a good solid distortion. Technically, if we use just literally Bez ceiling there, there's a hard clip added to everything else. Also, we don't use comp after this point. We're generating it here, so this no longer does anything. So we're going to straight up ignore that. And just for fun, we're going to direct, oh no wait, we can't do that, can we? Or can we? We're no longer having Bezmax chase anything, are we? We're not. We're not. It's persistent, but it's being redefined each time. So nothing's stopping us from doing this with it. So here's where it gets made into the Bezier comp directly from here. And then we've got X defined to smooth out the way that the Bezier filter works. And then we straight up just generate it here. We put the gain back here. Technically, you can multiply these by these. And then we apply it again on the input before recalculating, and that's going to give us a different behavior than we had before. So let's literally ignore some of this stuff. I don't think I've ever tried having it be this is the same, or it would be if I could type. Let's see. So there's our output, and that's clean enough. It's still existing as possibly a hard clip here. This is a hard clip. I don't hear it doing anything. But here's where we find out. And then we have feedback and feed forward at the same time. So that should be interesting. And let's build one. I'm quite looking forward to seeing what this does, because the way that it was interacting, that was interesting to me. The way that it had that sort of weird fluttery noise sounded like more than I had before. And it was getting out of the way of that snapping to way too much compression and being unable to function. And so that means maybe this is going in a direction that's useful. I could also be running a square root. I'd only have to do it once. I'd only have to establish the square root once. Let's see what this does. Okay, that's what the ceiling is. Release appears to make sense. Okay. Fast release and slow attack. Gives me a weird fluttery behavior where there's transient spikes. That seems legit. I mean, we don't want it doing this, but all the same, it's not a million miles off from what I might want it to do. And doing this, it's acting like it's actually... Yeah, so we're not doing anything with floor. We're not doing anything with floor. Floor is just a logarithmic curve between 0 and 1. That means we can have some fun with it. See, every sample we're redefining best max, but then we're leaving it around to apply right up front. But I do call it best floor. So now I can hear what it sounds like when you don't apply as much of this as I am. What do we got here? Is this going to act like actually a floor? Or maybe some proportion of slow res will do it? That's my release speed. Maybe that would be helpful. Because best max continues to be between 0 and 1. It is an attenuator. It is the amount of compression that we're having. And for some reason, I keep not being able to build. There we go. Honestly, I'm not sure why I'm only using the little piece of it in there. I feel I should be using the fuller version of it. This one. Okay, now what do we got? This is what I had before. When we change this, okay. Alrighty then. If we use the full amount of that, so release I'm trying to figure out whether this is an inverse of release somehow. Maybe it kind of is. Well, if it was, what would that do? It's acting kind of like... Alrighty. Slow res is not going to be able to... Two divided by pow overall scale 0.5 minus overall scale minus 1 times 0.0375. That is all an elaborate correction for getting it to react exactly the same at different sample rates. That's all that is. Hey, Grants. Yep. Oh, it's all fine. Since you weren't here earlier, Grants, I'll take a moment. When I said that I was busy working with the drill press, firstly, this is my drill press. So I was working with this since 4 o'clock in the morning. And what I was doing was building these little boxes into more of the physical forms of stomp boxes I'll end up doing, and thinking about how they might work. For instance, this is my littlest box, and it's closest to what might be your classic Airwindows featureless object kind of thing. Because what I need is a transistor preamplifier for my tube amp so that I can run my humbucker guitars into it. And I've made this one box looks pretty. See, it's got a little brushed aluminum finish on it. Not always easy to see. If I had a sharper reflector, you'd be able to see the brushed aluminum a little bit better. But instead, what I've got is like studio lighting, which is flattering, but is too large of an area to really highlight the brushed aluminum finish. But then I've also got an unfinished version here where it doesn't really have the brushed aluminum finish that this one has. There's also some lacquer on there. It's got jacks and a power plug now, and I had to drill the holes to do that. And the idea for this one is I need to make one so that I can use it, and it'll probably have trim pots inside it. I'm also figuring out like whether, first of all, this size gets to fit a switch in it. So this is a literal stomp box, and it's a fair question as to whether I should be having your usual knobs and stuff on the surface. If so, like what can I do for knobs? Maybe it would be good to get guitar style pots so that I can put guitar style knobs on, because that's just a little bit different from, you know, like stomp box style knobs seem all to be the same kind, and I don't always love that. And they're also really expensive, which so are guitar style knobs, but whatever. And got the power on there as well. This doesn't have the finish again. And I was working on how I can assemble this and how close it can be to the bottom edge and where these need to go and all that kind of stuff. And lastly, I made a larger enclosure. It's got the power. It's got a single 1/4 inch output. But my idea was that I could build the Bastel-Castel stuff. In other words, AT-Tiny chips programmed using Bastel's code, and make the kind of strangeness that I was just showing people earlier with music like this. But in a box with a set number of little knobs on the surface so that you could get it going and doing that kind of thing in a variety of different variations on it, and then just run with it. Because I do have my little banks of Bastel castles and stuff. Those involve using the little jumpers to program in that kind of thing. And I was wondering whether I could make a sort of standalone version that just does the techno-y sort of groove variations on there. It would be more limited than setting it up with the full like pin jumpers and everything. But it could have its own little qualities to it, and I'd be able to probably make it be even bigger and grungier sounding than the Bastel version, which was what you were just hearing. So yeah. And then where I'm at with this is I am redesigning Dynamics 3. We're done with BezEQ. BezEQ 3 seems to be ready. I was opening up X2 Bus, which exists in all of the forms, but is not at all ready to be released. And I was thinking, X2 Bus, turns out X2 Bus contains the filtering from console X2 Bus. And that is Smooth EQ 2. But technically, it has the capacity to be executed in such a way that we can interleave stages of filtering and stages of compression, and that could be interesting. That's what I'm looking to be doing with Console X3, is have a special knob in there so that I can interleave it in different ways. The aluminum box is indeed a Hammond. Whether it's a 1590, I'm not entirely sure. It's almost certainly a 1590 and then some letter. But these are all, in fact, Hammond enclosures, and it would be 1590, I think. These are very common stomp box enclosures. It is absolutely a Hammond, yes. Yeah, Fairfield Circuitry uses these raw, just like this, and then uses hammers to indent letters and things in them. I'm going to try to make a brushed aluminum version. And to do that, you have to also put a finish on. So I'm using a lacquer finish, which is like what you would have in a car. And I'm also going to want to paint stuff on the surface of the box, unless I'd rather just leave them completely stark raving blank, which would be very Airwindows in a way, making these and then just not even painting anything on the surface. Thing is, if I decide to paint stuff on them, it probably wouldn't be like full-on Zachary Vex style painting. I'd probably want to do something, maybe just delicate black paint like ink, cyanide or something. I drilled using my drill press. My drill press. And a manual vise, I had to put some oil on it because I was wearing myself out opening and closing the jaws of the vise all the time. Designed that because I was damned if I was going to continue trying to do drilling of this while holding it in my hands. You can't do that. It's too dangerous. And it's not because like bits of metal are going to necessarily cut you. It's that if you're drilling a hole like this, and you're just holding it down on the work surface and lowering it down, if this catches, it can break your hand. Because the drill press is a big, powerful object. I'm looking at the label here, and I'm trying to see whether it has a horsepower rating on it. I think there might be a horsepower rating on the far side. But the print is too fine and I can't read it. But yeah, there's a whole pulley reduction in there, and that's a big honking motor. So this will break your arm. It's only a drill press. It's not even like a lathe or whatever, but it will break your arm. So I did have to make the vise to stop it being able to do that. I've got my nice close light. I've got paper here. This is the same kind of paper that I used for my speaker, by the way. And cardboard box to catch all of, there's so much aluminum chaff in there. But yeah, there is no CNC machine. All of this is hand positioned. And so all of the positions of the little holes are going to be slightly irregular, not super irregular, but maybe slightly irregular. And so having answered that question, I think I can get back to this. So Bez max times equals Bez floor. If I had that high, it was allowing the sound to come back to some extent. So I need to bring slow res into this equation. So let's try figuring something useful out from this. Also, interestingly, all of my calculations here around BezRes and SlowRes are making the faster be closer to the left side of the control, and then they slow down as they increase. If we cut this to silence, reducing Bez max more causes it to produce a quieter sound. Doesn't want to take an E. Trying to figure out how I want to phrase this. Oops. And then this has to go like this. And now it's incorporating slow res, but we can also bump it up to a much larger amount. I am in fact making the brushed aluminum finish myself. Do you want to see how? If you say so, then I will show you in a moment. We're doing this right now. You do want to see how. Just a moment. For those who hang out on my stream, I shall show all my tricks. This is how. This is a sort of miter box, and it's only chosen because it is a sort of squared off thing. And It's only chosen because it lets me place these at right angles. These are like ultra coarse Scotch-Brite pads. It's not actually a brush. It's a scratch maker on aluminum. Also, as you use it, aluminum dust falls out from under it constantly. And it sheds loads of aluminum dust to the point where you'll probably have to finish off by like wrapping it over that box. But you can see how this is a very coarse looking edge. I can do this without taking the controls off, simply by only doing it once. Also, I'm going to have to come up with a better solution for this because I can't actually do it on this one because it doesn't fit. This does, though, just barely. And this fits nicely. But if I only do this one edge, I can fit it on there. And observe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's some concern here about if it produces extremely fine aluminum dust that is super unhealthy for you, but 5 scratches across that, and now that edge is considerably more brushed aluminum than that side. And you can see where the brushed is and where it isn't. Blank area, area that's been contacted by the super coarse Scotch-Brite pads. And I already used that to do this whole one, so it's basically still good. It's still doing its job. And that is how I am making the brushed aluminum finish. Although it's going to require a little more than this. It's not doing that great of a job. It takes kind of ages. It's definitely a time-consuming thing getting that finish. Like I said, there is some, it's begun, but it hasn't gone that far. I might have to push even harder to get the full surface exposed. And again, I don't have it wide enough to expose this part, so I'd have to I could do that by doing that side and then flipping it over and doing the other side, as long as I take these off. And you do enough of it and you get this nice clean look. It's doing a pretty good job of retaining its brightness, but it also, since it's so shiny, it's not actually catching that much of the light. But you can see I've got most of that. Once you're finished scraping all of the surfaces that way, basically you have to take it out and put a coat of lacquer on it immediately, or it will start darkening. Not darkening all that. It'll darken to about this degree of darkness, but in order to keep the glitteriness of the brushed aluminum finish, you have to kind of make the aluminum grooves as bright as possible. And yeah, the whole thing is a work in progress, because if I can come up with a better way of doing that, I surely will use it. But so far, that's what I've got at the moment. I've got that as a little doohickey that I made, and it's got some, again, as coarse as I can get Scotch-Brite pads. And that's what I'm using to get the brushed aluminum finish. And again, you want to wash your hands good. You don't want to breathe in any of the dust that it produces. you got to assume that it is not the safest of processes. It's just what I'm doing in order to try to get a brushed aluminum finish on these boxes, which don't come like that. Before I get heavy into making lots more, I guaranteed I'm going to go and check and see whether there's any other concerns to have that way. This stuff is considerably safer, maybe. So here's what we've got. This is where I left off. If floor is set to exactly 0.01, it's where I left it. And release is now adjusting. So BesMax times equals slow res times Bes floor, which at this ends up making it be 1. If release is very fast, then there will be more BesMax allowed in. As I slow it, there will be less BesMax allowed in. Okay, interesting. Do we have audio? Okay, that's posing a challenge. Oh, I see what's happening though. So technically, BesMax times equals slow res is adjusting everything so aggressively that I can no longer make it's not going to be near 1 anymore. Okay, if I do this, I can just barely hear it. So what's going to happen when I increase release is it's going to start making itself quieter again. This is not supposed to happen while I have ceiling all the way up. So that's an immediate problem, one that we're not going to put up with for a moment longer. So BesMax is hanging around being effectively 1 if we're not compressing. So we need to be able to pass it through and allow it to still be 1. So slow res is not going to be helpful here. So we're passing this through from before. It will be 1 if we're not otherwise doctoring things with it. But since we're applying it to everything, we don't get to manipulate it in this aggressive way. We don't get to apply slow res to it because it takes away its ability to run dry signal through. Fair. Back to not using Bes floor for anything. Back to having a functioning compressor. We're going to have to look elsewhere for getting the release to spring up faster. And I do have a vague notion of something that might help that way. But yeah, this is back to being able to have the release be very quick or very slow. So we're definitely getting a fluttery effect, and that's pretty much what I'm looking to see if I can manipulate. This has to do with how fast Basic comp runs. We're hearing its native compression behavior. The less we compress, the less that's going to kick in. So we get to go very aggressive with this. And it's not producing a weird little artifact, there's that, but it's also producing that warble. And I'm looking to contend with that warble. That warble needs to not be doing what it's doing. Slowing release does seem to help. So if we go faster, does that also change it? To the extent that it sounds more obviously fast release, yes. So our ceiling is taking effect. We're trying to apply the amount of extra gain, which could be considerable. We've got it sort of pumping and breathing, but at such an accelerated rate because the speeds of attack and release can be so high. Setting release against attack is kind of working for what it needs to be. The balance of these things is also off, and that the normal settings appear to be sitting around here where I would want them more in the middle of the control. And I could try this. And see what that does. Because we are applying it, sure enough. But what would happen if we scaled it differently like that? And the answer is I try it and find out. Again, I'm shooting for a smoother effect at these high release value things. Which I don't know whether that's what I'm going to get. Okay, well that's interesting. That's very unstable. Ideally, I'd like it to not oscillate like this. But it feels like release is still kind of doing something helpful. What if we build in limits on this as well? It keeps going beyond what it should. If it's going beyond, it's because max is too big. So Besmin is potentially lingering. It's falling away using slow res. Slow res is not a divisor. Slow res is a subtraction. That's going to have an effect on the shape of the fall off, which is probably fine. He says, speculatively. Honestly, I don't know. That is interesting, having it be that. So, Bez ceiling. I feel like we're going to have another factor in here. So control becomes the max of the right or left sample. Ceiling, well, now that is either a very large value or much less. If it is a large value, well, hang on. Yeah, if it's a large value, we're dividing by that, and then control is large values of that make it start to compress. I'm trying to figure out what direction this needs to be clamped. Because it's gonna become something like F max again. Almost certainly not F min. I don't think there's a 3 version of F max. Hang on. No, I think I have that backwards. That's the ceiling. We have that backwards, we do. control gets to be whatever it wants, unless it goes beyond ceiling. Now let's see what it does. It's also possible it's going to want to be a square root in there somewhere. Because what we're going to try to do is get it to not necessarily do anything. Oh, wrong thing. Wrong thing. Stop that. I don't know why it started doing that. Because I did it wrong, that's why. So what this is going to do is refuse to allow the maximum peak to go up as high as it had. Okay, something happened. Yeah, we're suppressing the input level using ceiling. We're just using another string. So the difference here is we're applying the Bezier compressor, but rather than being able to clamp it all the way down to silence, it is clamping it only to the point where we're starting to suppress noise. So this does have it able to kick in rapidly, but it's not able to make it overshoot anymore. And that should be responding. That should be responding to where best ceiling is set. So we get to smush it all the way down to absolute silence. If we don't do this, then the input stuff coming in can be so hot that it squishes stuff. And we're calculating it after having divided it by best ceiling. That means if best ceiling is tiny, we've just cranked it way the heck up. This stuff is still working. Maybe if we square root that, we'll get something that does a better job. See, if we do the square root of a tiny, tiny value, it becomes a much larger value. Larger value means it can clamp it more effectively. That suggests that doing a square root of it there, and then having it be F-min control and square root best ceiling, will tend to cause it to compress more. We're allowing more of that input in. But we're hard stopping it where it gets to dynamically invert it, which is what it was doing before. And there may possibly be a way of interacting with what BesMax is doing. BesMax is going to be 1 when nothing's happening. But it's going to become smaller so if F-min control square root bes ceiling minus divided by BesMax, then it's normally going to be 1, but the more compression is underway, the more additional compression it can do. Whereas bes ceiling times BesMax means the more compression is underway, the more it will resist. Well, first of all, let's see what this does. All the interactivity of this is weird and messy, but it might be leading towards less and less of these controls being needed. And this is how I got the problem I had before. I just clicked up short for echo, whereas the one that I wanted to do was the full length, which is in Open Recent. Okay. Now we're doing square root ceiling. Feels very aggressively compressed. Still getting a little of that echoey quality. Let's go a little faster, maybe. We're continually working a little bit better every step of the way. That seems legit. It's doing a better job of making sense of the attack, too. And it's sounding more like a really fast attack compressor rather than a giant monstrosity. Very slow release means we're compressing real hard, and there's also a trace of that fluttery behavior in there. Again. So at this stage, it actually sounds kind of like a real compressor. Listen to it dynamically invert. Except for it kind of didn't, did it? It kind of held its stuff together. Okay. I guess the next experiment is gonna be bringing in slow res somehow. Or indeed Besmax. After all, Besmax is going to be 1 if no compression is happening. It's going to become extremely small when compression is happening. And it shouldn't ever be 0. I don't think I have that available. So I'm just speculating. Oh, all right. See you later, Grunts. Yep, I'm going to be having my tacos again. This is another thorough work day, so I'm going to earn them. Also, I still have lots of crunchy taco shells left over. We haven't switched over to the soft tacos just yet. Going to, though. So now what I'm thinking is it going to be square root bez ceiling times bez max? Or is it going to be bez ceiling divided by bez max? Well, the only thing to do is let's try both of them and see what they do. Maybe I'll be surprised by what happens. After all, that's basically just me trying to figure out what it's going to do in advance, and maybe there's no benefit to that. You know what? We could even do straight up bez ceiling times or divided by bez max to see what that does, because that'll apply it more aggressively. So this would be times bez max. So we're applying the ceiling. The ceiling is well, actually, I think I might have a problem here. Or no, wait, no, I shouldn't. We're not cutting down input sample until something happens to it. I assume that's not a problem. Let's find out. Let's find out what kind of mess we got into. Remember, one of the things I'd love to do with all of this is to bring on a sort of vary-mu type behavior, but it might be more difficult than I expect. Fast. Okay, well, we're not letting it have much of a compression, are we? But okay, this is basically taking away our ability to apply compression at all. It's kind of compressy. If we do very slow release, it's a lot more compressy. I still hear a little of that flutter to it. But we can push ceiling beyond where it can do anything interesting. So there's a node in which it's exerting the maximum compression. And we can have it can operate with functioning compression, but when you put ceiling too far, it stops being able to do it anymore. Ooh, interesting. Something's happening. Okay, so something's happening. So what if the multiply was the wrong idea? What if instead divide? We're going to find out. Multiply and divide, if they're both 1, is going to end up being the same. It's only when it departs from 1 that anything starts happening. Also, we could be applying square root to these 2 channels directly and then leaving this unsquare rooted when we go in for this other stuff. There could be a benefit to that, because what it was doing, there was something interesting about that. Let's see whether this is wildly wrong and different. Does it go crazy and completely fail to work? I don't think that's failing to work. I think that actually is working. That might actually be correct. We crank up release, and then it's not able to respond to sealing anymore. Draw back release, and we should get substantially more compression. And we are. Slowing down attack. Well, it's definitely letting sealing. We're definitely allowing the compression to function. Its fast release is bringing it back up again real aggressively. That's interesting. And we've got our funny reaction again. Cleans up nicely. Okay. Seems like we can get a rhythm effect out of there. See what it does with this. So that's interesting. I'm just not sure how useful it is. Let's do a few more quick experiments, as it's a little hard to tell whether that's doing anything useful. Feels like maybe it's doing the opposite of what it's supposed to. So if we do this, we get to apply that but not alter it. Meaning we get to use it directly, meaning that'll have a much stronger effect this time. And we'll try the multiply version. Also, who's to say that we actually need to do that square root? Maybe we don't. We're combining different things a lot. Okay, this is tending to make it not do anything. It kind of doesn't want to compress anymore. So like that's legit enough, I suppose. If we weren't doing that square root, then that does the compression more. We're combining the feedback and feed-forward stuff like madmen now. Who can say what's the correct answer? I can't. I can say that. By trying it. Up, loaded the wrong damn thing again. Look at me wasting my own time like that. Full on. Now let's see. What does it do this time? Okay, that's more capable of applying it. But is it more capable of applying it when I slow the release? Not really. We still get that node in there. This is my minimum setting now. Okay, that's starting to seem interesting. Oh, Console LA fan club is here. I've got more gain on tap and ceiling than I expected. See, we'll make it fluttery. That's compression. That absolutely is compression. That's some super squish compression. Still got that slight graininess to it. Yeah, ceiling goes quite low, doesn't it? Now, if we definitely squished. Definitely my range going to fast attack is, and fast release is aggressive. Still hearing that burbling though. Since we have so much gain on tap, what happens when we run it on something which doesn't have a lot of dynamics? This one is not squishing things to flatness. This one's quieter. What do we got here? Well, we don't have a large amount of squish on tap, but maybe that's deceptive because I had release so fast. Okay, interesting. My squish settings are actually still not full ceiling all the way down to nothing. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, we got compression. Release not terribly responsive over here. Release is basically still doing what it's supposed to do. Not coming back and then coming back faster. And coming back way faster. I feel like release is tending to be way too fast. So here's something that I had demonstrated the other day. If that is, I can control my mouse clicking, which apparently I can't. Patience is a virtue. Got there. So if we can do this, we can do this. And that's a pretty explosive sound. So what we got to do is back off the ceiling just a bit. And that's how you use compression to make an explosive attack transient on the drums. Plus, we can just go even harder. Or So yeah. You'll excuse me. I'm going to rinse out my coffee cup again, and I'll be right back. Alrighty. And now we'll try the divide version again, just to see what happens. Still not using BezFloor. There may be a way of involving BezFloor in this calculation somehow. And we're going to go back to this for starters. This is the main test subject. Honestly, I feel as if that might be coming into focus. We speed up release, and it starts becoming a lot more responsive. It is able to over squish, and I'm hearing some of the vibrating quality about it. But I am intentionally pushing ceiling beyond what it should. And yeah, if we're not pushing release, it does sit around being more compressed than it otherwise would. So maybe there's a way of bringing floor into this. Okay. We have successfully achieved oscillation. And if we override it with release, we're kind of overriding our most extreme oscillations. That's interesting. So we don't necessarily want those oscillations, but we're kind of looking to have something interesting happen when we're pushing ceiling too far. So let's get back to this crazy zone and see whether we can fine tune it. Except for the question becomes, what are we trying to fine tune it to? And how would we go about doing that? So best ceiling divided by best max. This is making best ceiling be really small, which is putting a limiting factor on how much compression we can have. But there's still clearly enough. And if we did it the other way around, somewhat cumbersome going through all of these, but that said, it's still fairly quick iteration, this. So divide was slow oscillations, rumph, rumph, rumph. Multiply is kind of not letting it go into any oscillations. That's because we're making it be even smaller. So just for laughs, what if we square rootified different bits of this? If we square rootified this part, and we're only having to apply it once. Also, our input gain might have something to do with this. The fact that earlier on I was doing a square root Bes Max to apply it, but now we're just straight up applying it just the same as it was in output. Could this be taking it too far? Okay, we got our oscillations back. They're not very strong. We've got dynamic inversion. We've got oscillations even when it's fairly uncompressed. So I'm looking to be able to settle down its behavior. That's clearly not doing it, although it is effectively making it compress at least. There is that. Let's try the opposite. Let's try Bes ceiling divided by Bes Max. That's going to make it larger when Bes Max is compressing. So that's going to take away the suppression of the compression when it's compressing. We can but try. I'm also not completely done with experiments because we could also square root the Bes ceiling without also incorporating. Max could be outside of the square root. The idea is at some point it's going to gravitate towards something that acts like a natural compression volume cutback and bounce back. This is probably the ideal track for demonstrating it with. I'm going to see what it gets. Okay, we have major oscillations going on. And it's supposed to be able to balance itself out to where this is naturally forcing it to be a very quiet sound when ceiling is this low. Ceiling's supposed to be able to smush this real good. That's not what's happening, so let's try the thing I just said. And let's assume this is going to be fine. And let's move Bes ceiling to the square root function and see what we got here. That's going to cause the ceiling to not be as high for this aspect, but we're still applying max. And it's possible that I like the fact that I'm incorporating max, but this might need to be scaled in some way. I do have Bes floor sitting around waiting to be used on something. So again, this is increasing its capacity to compress more when it's already compressing a lot. I feel like that might be the opposite of the sort of vaguely very-mu character I'm looking to see. It will become fairly obvious in short order whether that's true. Loaded fast this time. What do we got? Yep. This may be the opposite of what it needs to do. Fast release and incredibly slow attack. Yeah, that might be the opposite of what I need, so let's find out. Also, we can make this other factor as large as we want, because if we make it super large, all that's going to happen is control will be let through, and it'll allow it to compress. So this times best max, that could be larger than 0. That could be larger than 1, rather. What it does, when it is a whole other question. Maybe we can do a trim factor in here. Let's quickly do a trim factor in here. That is currently set to go anywhere from 0 to 10. So we do indeed get to boost this lots and let it compress very thoroughly if we want. And nothing it can do is actually wrong. 0 would be completely fine. It would just force control always to be 0, and then no compression will take place. And voila, exactly as I said, if floor is 0, no compression can take place. Let's make it be normal now. Okay. It's allowing ceiling to come up. Okay. That is giving us more oscillations. And this is giving us no compression. So maybe we got a sweet spot in here somewhere. Okay, lowest ceiling, fastest release. Interesting. Okay, so no compression. Here we are at basically full compression. Except for no, we're not, are we? we can get it doing its oscillation thing by pushing this even farther. This may be correctly understood as some factor of attacker release. Yeah, and we push it harder and it starts going crazy again. There's bound to be a correct setting in here somewhere. We shall see. I think I may be hitting the hard clip on it as well, too. Well, let's play a game. We keep using that so much, let's just make it. And I'm thinking maybe it lives here too. And I'm going to have to make that negative or nothing's going to happen. There we go. Now let's see where the peaks are for that. Also, I wonder if I can continue to use it anywhere else too. We'll find out. I guess it stands to reason that I should become a little bit fatigued, seeing as I started working at 4 a.m. So it's been a 12-hour day. Which is not super uncommon, it's just that it was all factory work in the morning. But with a bit of luck, it'll be awesomely cool, so there's that. Okay. We've got some big peaks here. We have hard clip in there. Cool, cool. Okay, so when it oscillates, I'm feeding too much into the compression and it's driving it down and reinforcing what it's already doing. Then it springs back and kicks in again. And when we're not applying it like that, we can get the oscillation to happen, but we can also get it to not really kick in at all. What we're trying to do is get a sort of happy medium going. That said, I'm happy enough with the square root ceiling clamping there. And then no compression. Check for golden ratio. Not impossible. We may have stumbled across our golden ratio again. Okay, that's very interesting. That's very interesting. This is basically it throttled real good. Golden ratio is actually closer to 0.062. Yeah, that might just be it. That might just be it. That might have made its reappearance once more. Yeah, check that out. Slowest release. Fastest. Yeah, that might just be it. So let's see. I'm going to want to go and find the full expansion of it, though. And that be the only place it exists. Go figure. So that is going to clamp control. So we can make this into a bigger expansion. So we can take that away now. And let's go in search of the full expansion. Surely it's going to show up somewhere. But where? How about shows up in here, doesn't it? Yep. Boom. Got there. So that is now what that's supposed to be. Weird though it may be. That works fine, I think. That is doing something else. Let's see if this does the same as that. Oops. We might be getting a little bit of rain or something out there. Let's see whether that worked. It certainly tidied it up just a bit. What do we got? Apart from having removed the fourth control entirely. Apparently that's not something we need. Or apparently that, dynamics question. Buttercomp most certainly is a compressor in its way. I wouldn't even call it a very good loudness trick. What Buttercomp is 4 compressors in one. It's interleaved compressors. Oh, I think I do hear thunder or something. It's interleaved compressors, and it is also running a separate compressor on the positive and negative swing of the waveform. So Buttercomp is going to tend to make stuff it's going to affect stuff that are unbalanced even harmonics, which may in some cases cause it to produce even harmonics or maybe cancel them out a little bit. A little puzzling. Anyway, here's Wonderwall. And by Wonderwall, I mean we're going to try to run that alien kittens noise again. Now that we have the splendiferous golden ratio correction built in at a high level of granularity. And we might need to adjust a lot of this stuff quite aggressively. No longer connected. Faster release. Slower. We can't overcompress. This has to be dialed back. Does feel like the release speed is working as expected. Attack and release speeds are not scaled correctly. Yeah, everything needs to be scaled so that the working controls are settled more in the middle of the travel. And sealing is taking effect quite a lot. Although I do believe this ended up being the correct thing. So one thing about it, it is not a very large compressor. Look, this is the whole thing. And if we didn't need to hard clip the output, well, let's find out whether we need to hard clip the output. Maybe it don't even need that. One way to find out. Probably going to want to change this. Now we haven't defined that anywhere, so we have to fix it. Oh, hang on. I stand corrected. I shouldn't do that. That's just applying. I'm referring to what is the sort of owner of the entire array. That doesn't actually get to be the same name. Got to put it back. Then we'll try to do it again, but this time not pick the name of the actual thing itself. Although, I mean, if we were to get rowdy, we could stick that into the actual it could be another array value. Is there a reason I can't do that? What if we just put Bez min and the comp degree inside here? What then? Like then everything would be living in the same array. Surely that might work. Yeah? We do that, and then we remove these because we're sitting around with a whole compressor in there which can contain all those values. Then edit all in scope. It seems somewhat recursive, but here we are. So that should work. And then, what was the other one? The min. Yeah. Edit all in scope again. It's maybe a little bit more indirect, but it's just another variable, isn't it? And then everything is contained within that one little array, which we will then go and make into a left and right version later. Or actually, no, we won't, will we? Because this is linked. Curiouser and curiouser. Also, we shouldn't need to set that to 1. It should be fine the way it is. Right? Well, we'll find out. We'll find out. But boom, this is getting nice and tidy. Build. Okay, build succeeded. We got control ranges to fiddle with. But in theory, this will simply work. I fear if I have other Bezier things in there, though, than BezTotal, there will be multiple copies of BezTotal sitting around. That won't do. However, for now, I can test out to see whether everything is still working the way it was as I left it. Yep, I think I can have a little more control over that. So what we are now doing is allowing peaks to sneak through, completely uncompressed. See how hot they get. We're going to want more range there. There it is, just beginning to try to go into oscillation. Let's see if we can get it to go into oscillation. There's a few tweaks to make to this, which will get it to have a higher max ceiling. We're getting bigger boosts off of that. Still nothing's peeking out so hot that I'd need to have the clipper on the end though. Let's see how big this spike gets. Can we go above 0? No. It's a pretty aggressive compressor, that. That's a very aggressive compressor. I suppose just for fun, seeing as we can't do a floor control, but it's behaving itself really well, we could give it a ratio control. That would put it very closely into the realm of what a bus comp would want. And we're still really overcooked. Like, at no point do we ever need to make the ceiling get that low. We've got extremely aggressive compression already as we get over to here. All right. Well, shucks, I'm happy with that. So if we decided that its maximum ratio was like infinity, I'm trying to work out whether it needs to be scaled in some way. I don't know. But it seems to be keeping its basic dry-wet in check. Could just take those from the raw inputs, but there's no reason we can't just duplicate that. then a simple dry-wet calculation. Oops. That's what I called it, yeah? Probably what I called it. We'll find out real quick. Yep, that is in fact what I called it. Which means the simple dry-wet control will give us ratio. And it becomes more a question of how is it implemented? And also, who knows whether we can't simply make this be one giant equation like this. Hang on. And the same will hold there. Look how tiny and cute it is and how long the lines are. I think it's considered rude to make those lines that long, but whatever. It is a tiny, cute compressor. Question is it also cute and scary in a way that's useful? And also, would it be useful to have the ratio sit some other kind of way, like where's the middle of the range of this control meant to go? Also, I've got other stuff going on here too, you know. The small values of ceiling are too small. We're going to go to 0.5. That way the large values that we turn all the way up should hopefully not compress, because it was compressing too hard at the small values and not compressing at the large values. Let's see what we got. Next, changing the speeds. The speeds seem not good. Don't want that. Actually, maybe I do. Maybe I do. Because we'll let it wrap, then we'll see what it does. Ratio, we have not renamed ratio yet. Right on. It seems to work. That, on the other hand, is not really providing the kind of squish I was looking for, but maybe that's fine. I'm not sure if the Bezier compressor is able to do very Muse style squish. Kinda saltancy, kinda. Pretty aggressive. Pretty clean. Back to here. Yeah, I would like to run a different track on this. Yeah, I'm bored with this already. Back to my sort of original testing files. So this is supposed to be not compressing. Technically, I could just tell it if the ceiling is 1, then you're not compressing. I'm going to want, in console, I'm going to want it to not compress if ceiling is 1. We're going to want release to go slower. Yeah, we're definitely still compressing. Interesting. Didn't expect that. Ceiling is still not reaching up enough. Although granted, this is a pretty hot track. These have to slow down a lot. Here's her poppy attacks. Ceiling even lower seems to make it so that even the attacks don't get to pop out. That's interesting. Although, release speed seems to be making sense. Ratio. Let's make it so stuff converges over towards here. I might not have a way of labeling it neatly so that people can see that it's a 6-to-1 or 3-to-1 or whatever, but I can make it act like it should be saying 6-to-1 or 3-to-1 or whatever. Boom. That should do nicely. So, it is so eager to kick in. Hey, Jeffrey, it is so eager to kick in now that I honest to God wonder whether the plus I should have in here should be golden ratio. Let's find out. Because it's so eagerly going to a total squish zone. In fact, we can also increase this a bunch. We'll just multiply it by 2. We'll do it to the power of 2. As for this, what's up with this? Well, we're scaling inverse. We're doing an F max, which has an extraordinary amount of space in it, so we can exaggerate that lots. There, now it can go way, 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 way slower. I'm not sure if we really needed to. Let's undo both of those changes. I'm not sure if we really needed to slow this, but I bet we need to slow this. So, F max means this is tending to be slowest as you turn it all the way up. That's fine. Technically, we could have the, how do I want to go? I don't love the idea of like changing the direction. Oh, okay. We'll see you later, JFrag, when you go. I don't know if I want to change the direction of the speed on these. I feel like I've got it working consistently, and I don't want to just swap that, like have the speed increase as you go to the right this time. So maybe we leave that alone. So power factor 1 minus get param b. But here's the thing. This is a power factor of an already scaled number. Because it's a power factor of an already scaled number, all of the values get really tiny. The total range I have isn't changing much. And technically, the total range I have ain't changing at all. I believe doing the power factor is, yeah. This instance of a power factor is causing everything to squish over towards the slow side of things in a way that is unnatural and unhelpful. If I have it go to the power of 1, we're neatly disabling it in a way that is convenient and is not going to cause me any grief or trouble. And if it doesn't work, I can put it back easily. Have not changed anything else other than ceiling has changed. I've changed that. So now I get to, I'll tell you something else. I have to go and thaw out my tacos. It's getting close to dinner time. We're still getting a little bit of compression in here. I hear it going. And then as we drop ceiling, it's very compressed. Attack this fast. That's quite aggressively distorted. That's as expected, though. So is this altering in the direction I want or not? You can kind of hear it interacting. Also, one to one, probably about 3 or 2 actually, probably about 3 infinity. So that makes a basic sense. Oh, it's still too fast. But that at least is showing me something. If I keep it this way and then fiddle with this power number, it'll give me some idea of whether I'm going in the right direction. Let's power number of 4. Let's go really aggressive and see where that takes me. So I started with 2, and then that was no power factor at all. And then this is now quite the opposite. Quite the opposite. Also, I'm getting distracted. I need to thaw out my foods. But I'm liking some of these. So, okay. Okay. That is now much slower. That's what I was hoping to see. I guess we need a larger power factor rather than a smaller one. And we're also going to need to adjust some of these little controls. Now we can't do the fast attacks anymore. But the fast attacks always did go to an unreasonable degree. So let's see what happens. These are like roughly twice. So if we make this be 0.5 and 0.25, then they will continue to be roughly equivalent, or will they? Let's see what happens if we have 0.5 and 0.5. At a power factor of 4, I'm honestly liking how this is coming into shape. It's just awkward. Also, I keep forgetting to go and get my food ready. It's dinner time soon. Well, so you know it's a good day when it's been like pulling teeth all day, but then you get to the last hour and stuff is starting to come together really quickly. That's how it's supposed to go. Okay. So that's grumbly. That's a very slow attack. That's faster. And that's grindy. Okay, so if we have things at basically the middle, how does this now act? Cool. So this is clearly a slow release. We can go almost arbitrarily slow here. Fast attack. We are getting sparky little attack transients. That's what it's supposed to do. Past the middle. Now we're starting to get our slower attack transients. And the fastest release actually counts as just BusyComp again. And we can get it moving real gentle if we want. Okay, amusing. Ratio. Dry. Compression. Shorter attack. This is cool. This is pretty cool. I can live with this. I'm down with this. I'm gonna go and get my taco stuff ready while leaving this go. Alrighty, that should hold me. In about 40 minutes, I get to have dinner. Oh, you're quite welcome, Vinyl Bear Studio. What might be a good setup for initial settings, I wonder? Shall we do the meme? We should totally do the meme. Perfect. Perfect, no notes. Golden ratio and inverse of golden ratio get to be the initial attack and release settings. That gives you a reasonably quick but not overwhelming release. And the attack is definitely quick enough to really kick in. And it's very clearly obviously a compressor. Although, as much as I think I have this right, ceiling of 1 is not in fact bypass. See, you've got a slightly hotter output, but then when we engage the compressor, you engage the compressor, and we've engaged the compressor. It doesn't really sound very different, but it's doing its thing. I mean, granted, we can smash it completely flat, but it's still doing something even there, which is interesting. Let me take a moment to fix a couple of the details. That said, I'm happy with where this is sitting. Even if I could only put a proper ratio. Well, is that even a proper ratio control, though? Maybe it is. .382. And shouldn't need to look this up. 618. And there we have our mimetic attack and release settings for default. So I do wonder whether I want to set it up so that you have to take it just barely off ceiling in order for it to engage. There are various ways I could go about doing that. Firstly, this is now fine, so we'll stick with that. I'm happy enough in having the ratio there because that's not always something I fit into BasicComp. So technically I can make it so that if ceiling is 1, floor is automatically 0. And that will automatically do a disable. We will find out. Let's see. And then it'll probably be noticeable. You just ticket this tiniest amount off of 1, and suddenly you have compression actually working. And then you use ratio to determine where that needs to go. I think it's subtle enough. Also, Bez ceiling. So what would this be? Well, it's one of the golden ratio parts. Oh, 3.3. 2.6 times 2. 5.23 is the amount of correction we're getting. So our initial compress is divided by 5. Yeah, we've got a setting where we know what that value is going to become when you feed it 0 to 1. And it's scaled nicely, and it seems to be what we need it to be. That's all cool. And our numbers are simple and easy to understand. And then we override this based on another number. If is larger than we could even go with 5.236 because it's 5.2360614, or indeed a tiny bit more, but we can leave it at this. No, that's the way it scales. Bez ratio of 0 means it is going to be 100% dry. That ought to do it. That should work. Let's find out. Build. Could be quite close to this functioning. We might be very close to this actually being usable. I'd like that. I'd like for it to be basically done at this stage. And I was expecting to be able to do the upward compression thing. And so far I still haven't. So far we still haven't got upward compression. This is something else. In fact, I'm not even sure if I'm using any of the stuff I was initially attempting to try to do that. But maybe that's fine. I'm also looking at it and seeing whether I can maybe visually tighten this up like that. This doesn't change anything. It's effectively just obfuscation. But when we're dealing with the final results, there might be something to be said for this. Because often I'll do it like that when I want to drop into a much larger function that I'm just running as one entire thing. I know people normally put these into functions and call them, and I don't like the indirection, so I don't like doing it. We can leave it just like this. And do exactly the same here. And now both the setup and the code sit in one screen. That amuses me. I'm enjoying that. Let's build it and throw it at some audio. Remembering that we don't actually get to do the crazy smash. Well, we can see what happens when we stack them up. Oh, you're reading the stuff on the side? Yeah. I don't get to play that on streams unless I want the stream to immediately be copyright struck, which I don't. But I'm doing some of my adjustments based on that kind of stuff. I did Beziq 3 was tuned to the tracks on the side. I tested it and made sure that it would work based on that. Okay. Aggressive compression. Seems to be working pretty good. Although it's mostly a flavor compressor, but that's fine. You're hearing it. You're not hearing it directly, but you're hearing it. So when you start dropping the ceiling way down, we are hearing it doing its thing. And then switch it out, just like this, or how much does it engage? That's actually a reasonable amount. Like, it doesn't feel like it's doing much. But this would work on a bunch of buses, like it's just barely touching. And that's at 1 to 1. Or I mean, that's at infinity to 1. So this would be about 3 or so. So 1 to 1. Probably this gets you about 2 to 1. So mixed bus setting, probably this is good. And then we start to get into like track compression. Disabled again. And I see Sultan's quick to tape question. Of course I have time. Of course I have time. I try it without Flutter. Flutter is absolutely going to cause that. Flutter is not stereo linked. Flutter is slightly asymmetrical that way. Not perfectly, but you probably don't want to run Flutter at 0.5. Some of those settings, they're bold enough to be obvious on immediate listening. And if you're not looking for stereo smearing, you probably don't want as much Flutter. See what you can get out of not using as much. So how aggressive are we when we're set to... Oh no, here's a funny idea. Do we have a magic setting where everything is either golden ratio or the inverse of golden ratio? Let's find out. Bye, JFrag. That's actually pretty good. Neat. Okay. No compression. Magic tubas. But is this too much still? What if instead we go to thirds? And we have the added amusement value of teasing people with the ceiling of the beast. That's respectable. Or ratio gets to be that. We just take this barely off. Maybe Vinyl Bear, I'm not sure. I find that running 96K is fine for basically everything that I want. Bear in mind also, you may have been measuring that, but I do have like a certain degree of high frequency foldback resistance in there. Understand that musical sounds going through it may not alias as hard as you would guess if you're running a bunch of test tones in there and trying for perfect behavior. That's not necessarily what I do. I try to set it up based on sound, musical sound. See whether it works for you, and I'm also very interested in whether you're like running test tones and measuring it, or whether you're listening to what it sounds like. Meanwhile, let's see what we can make happen. Fair. Yeah, I mean, it's designed to function with music. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, you're enjoying Vinyl Bear's videos. Cool. I love seeing folks in my community enjoy each other. I'm getting to have like people who are building like entire derivative plugins in my community now. And it's just a matter of hopefully seeing them enjoy what they're doing. Meanwhile, speaking of enjoying what we're doing, this seems basically legit. Crank up the compression on this one, it's kind of beefy. Like here's my raw kick. But it's got a real sort of chewy quality to the kick there. What happens if they're both at golden ratio? So I'm not entirely sure what ratio that is. Let's try this again. No, way too hot. So just cracking the compression open and leaving ratio still fairly advanced. Yeah, I could work with that. So 382 for a starting ratio. I do wonder though, should I be doing ratio the other way? Like, should ratio be 1-to-1 at full crank and then increasingly high ratio as you lower it? It should, and I'll tell you why it should. It should because it'll tend to get louder as you go to a lower ratio. See? Louder, more compressed. Louder, more compressed. Absolutely it should. So presumably what that's going to mean is that I just invert this, but not both of them. That way my power factor will converge upon what the dry setting is, but now the dry setting will be full crank. Yeah? And I'm going to have to reverse the rest of it too, aren't I? Or do I have to reverse and flip absolutely everything? What's... Oh, Vinyl Bear, are you doing reviews? Are you doing videos? Cool. There will come a day when that's all there is people going and doing their videos. So we'll default to it being engaged rather than defaulting to it being off. And now we have it so that cranking it all the way up should be dry. Therefore, the skew isn't going to be correct. So it's presumably not that one that I need to reverse, but this one. Don't mind me just figuring this one out. Well, 0.5 is in the same place either way. But what was I wanting it to do? Well, before I changed all of this, it was 1 minus pow 1 minus d. So my ratio would tend to be larger it's hurting my head. This is not hard. It's just been a really long day. I've been going 13 hours by now. I've been going 13 hours and I can't think anymore. Well, we're gonna try. We're gonna try to think. So 1 minus pow 1 minus d gave me the travel that I wanted in terms of getting a ratio that went from dry at 0, and I'm going to be wanting dry at 1. In the previous situation, which was this, that's how I had it. Oh, dude, I'm 57 years old. There's going to be a time when I'm not here to do this, at which point people will AIs will only do videos at that stage. Until then, I'm busy trying to figure out how to make this thing work. And so the way I have it, 1 minus pow 1 minus param d to the power of 3 is getting about the travel that I want. I'm pretty sure the way I've got it set up that way is I want it to be a larger ratio in the middle than just 2. I want it to be like 4-to-1 or something or more, and continue to get steeper as it goes. Currently, maximum ratio is turning it up. I want to reverse that. I want it to be dry at full crank and then increasingly compressed when I turn it down, because that will cut the volume back. So it'll make it so making it bigger and juicier, bigger and punchier, will mean lowering the ratio, meaning turning the knob up. But currently what I've got is, let's see, so halfway makes it 0.5, which will become 0.25, which will become 0.125, and currently that will be 1 minus 0.125. So halfway setting is actually positioning the setting towards the left side of the dial, and 0.5 setting is actually the same number as 0.125, which is a higher ratio. So I'm going to want that flipped. Maybe only thing I need to do is flip where it gets applied, because that would reverse the positions of everything. Oh, fair enough. Thank you, Sultan Seal. So, and then I'm going to need to care about what Bez ratio is. So let's see. If we don't subtract this from 1, that's reversed. If we make it be 1 when the Bez ceiling is over 5.236, that's reversed. So both of these things are now reversed and talking about the opposite thing. Then, if we reverse this part, there. Let's see if it does what I wanted it to do. That was weirdly hard, but then it's 4:50 again. So I've been working for 13 hours today, so that's kind of long. It's not super unusual, but it's a little bit unusual, and it's been going pretty hard this week. And yeah, too many hours, man. Putting in too many hours. But it may all be worth it if this turns out to work. And I am happy with deciding that that needs to be that way. Also, I'm going to cheekily sneak it over to here in the belief that maybe we're completely and totally done with that. That all I need to do is the Dynamics 3 mono, and maybe this is ready to go, meaning that everything is ready to put into Console X3, and that's going to be nearly ready to go too. Although I remember somebody saying, let's allow flipping of compression into saturation or saturation into compression. It's understandably, people, as soon as you say you're making something, people want the opposite. Let's go back to what we were doing and see if it's behaving itself. I inverted so many things. I made so many things run backwards. And now, our default setting is this, which technically this becomes closer to dry. Sounds about right. Well, one quick way to find out. That's not dry. Don't tell me I inverted too many things. Seriously? Just when I thought I was done. Well, let's find out. I thought I had that all figured out. My God. So yeah, Bez ceiling, Bez ratio needs to be 1 for getting full dry. That's supposed to be what that's doing, but it isn't. So why wouldn't it be? So ratio is supposed to be 1 when we crank it up. I'm whining very hard. What if I simply don't need this either? What if we don't need to invert ratio because ratio is going to tend to be closer to, yeah, that seems to make sense. But does it? But does it really make sense? Because I could have been sort of doing the opposite thing that I want to be doing. So yeah, ratio tends to be well over on the compression side. He says, trying to wrap his brain around what the heck are we even doing? Let's see what happened. Swear to God, if I get this right, I get to stop and have tacos. We're going hard today. It would be so nice to get this right. Okay. You were supposed to be full dry at ratio of 1. Good, good. So far, so good. Do you snap to maximum compression now? No. Is this maximum compression? Signs point to yes. That seems pretty hard. Okay, so the only thing I'm wondering is whether my reversal magic is screwed up. I've got a heavy taper going into this, and yet at the same time, what I'm wondering is, what was I trying to accomplish in the first place with that? Because the initial stuff I'm doing with it is able to apply a taper, but was I going for making the ratio be extremely large numbers at all times? Or should I be going for making the ratio tend to be smaller numbers? Because you see, I can take it the other direction, at which point stuff in the middle is going to be way closer to 1:1 ratio. And that might be a lot closer to how people expect to use compressors. If they know that 1 is 1-to-1 compression, and you're turning it back down to get it to closer to like your infinite ratio, your very steep ratios, then probably the taper needs to be the opposite of what I've got it. Because see, if it's 50-50, that's 2-to-1 effectively. And what we're looking at is more like 4-to-1 here. And that's probably already too much. And if it was tapered the opposite direction, 1.25, or rather going from that to a position of 75 or less. So I had half of 50 is 2.5, and then half of that is 1.25. 1.25 as a proportion let's do a simple power factor of 2-to-1, but the other direction. Not the 3. 3 is too much, apparently. (1.0 minus 1.0 minus). And that's going to apply the inverse taper. And now let's see what we've got. My ear's a little bit tired too, but I think I can still hear this. I think I'll be able to hear whether I've got this going. Is that even possible? Get a DUI driving a horse and buggy? Do you have to get the horse drunk? It seems like that'd be challenging and costly. Okay, maximum compression, no compression. Here is our intermediate ratio that's meant to be kind of like barely a ratio. You know what I'm going to do? One final change, and then it's tacos time. Check this out. Our new ratio is not quite to 2. Instead, it's one of our magical golden ratio thingies. Meaning that we're going to have a little bit of that result, but maybe not quite so much. And let's hear what that sounds like. And that should put our golden ratio initial control setting into sharp relief. Quit out of there. I bet this is it. I bet we're done. Copy that to there. We'll run it once more, and then that'll be it for the day. Here's our test file. Dry. Fully and completely compressed. Moderately compressed. So you got a certain degree of traction by 0.5. And then we start getting an obvious steeper ratio, and then full smoosh. And then our default is this. From 0.27 peak to hanging around about 0.52 peak, sometimes more. Yeah, there's a little bus compression in here. That ought to work for some of the professionals that I know. There's folks who are working with things like bus compression who are very used to the idea of, hey, if it's doing weird, aggressive things to the mix, it's already too much. That brought the slight floaty feeling that I expect to get out of compression, technically without changing practically anything. So it'll default to that. And that way, if you kick it in until you do something, maybe you don't even notice anything's happening. But changing any of the stuff should bring it into focus. And with that, I'm going to go and focus on my tacos. And I feel like we finally got Dynamics 3 ready to go. So I'm going to have a bunch of time building all of these things into VSTs and stuff. It'll be a while. I'm going to be busy doing that. I do have a special recording that I made for the purpose of being able to put out Wooden Box. So I'm thinking this weekend it's going to be Wooden Box, if you're still tuned in and interested in what we're going to get this coming week. Wooden Box ought to be good. I've got a Strat middle pickup recording with some chords and stuff, which I feel does a decent job of representing that it makes it sound more like an acoustic guitar. But the real interest in that will be throwing some of my synthesizers and things like the Proteus at it, because it will really transform things like radioles in the strings and stuff. So yeah, you will not have to wait for a Wooden Box much longer. Clearly, Wooden Box is what I'm going to be able to do this weekend. Not any of this stuff that's waiting. But I'm going to see what I can do about like throwing that all into the hopper. And I'm very interested in doing X2 bus over, or maybe X2 bus doesn't even end up successfully I don't actually have X2 bus. I suppose I could, but it would become X3 bus. So what good is that? Anyways, I'll talk to you later. I'm gonna maybe take Friday a little bit more easy, but wooden box this weekend. Count on it. I should be able to do that. And yeah, I think Dynamics 3 is ready. Although we never did end up getting it to do upward compression. I'm really going to have to figure that one out at some point. I'm really going to have to do it because I can't do the aught thing that people want without that. But yeah, it's all good. So yeah, I'll see you later, everybody. And indeed, but the tacos will taste all the better for knowing that I have a killer compressor in the hopper coming up. And I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.